and the reputation of the United States around the world is decapitated and dismantled. Those responsible for the self-inflicted disaster have no respect for the law, no respect for the will of Congress, and no respect for the thousands of truly patriotic public servants who have devoted their lives to defending the interests of the United States and presenting a positive face of America in some of the world's most dangerous places. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Nevada.
Thank you. It's now been more than 2 weeks since President Donald Trump took the oath of office, and there have been virtually no actions to lower costs at the grocery store. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump made promises over and over that he would address rising costs. In fact, he said, quote, "On day one, we'll end inflation and make America affordable again." On day one. And he said, quote, "When I win, I will immediately bring prices down, starting on day one." End quote. Well, way past day one, it's now day 16 of his presidency, and so far the Trump administration has failed to meet the president's own goal and promise to hardworking families. Just look at what it costs to buy milk, bread, and eggs. When Nevadans go to the grocery store, many are seeing empty shelves where the eggs are supposed to be. And the eggs people do find, well, they cost an arm and a leg. So just look at this picture here from Reno, Nevada, a grocery store there. Empty shelves. That's where the eggs would be. And meanwhile, the Trump administration is doing nothing to help fix this or stop corporations from jacking up the prices. Instead, President Trump has been cozying up to billionaire CEOs and taking actions that will hurt families and drive prices up and up. Trump's first actions were to push through a whirlwind of executive orders, including to roll back actions to lower prescription drug prices. So I'm going to repeat that. One of President Trump's first actions was to stop efforts to lower your prescription drug costs. And just this past weekend, President Trump announced reckless tariffs on Mexico and Canada. This is essentially a new tax on hardworking families for products from these two countries, our biggest trading partners, by the way. While he's promised to delay his tax on Canadian Mexican goods for a month, ultimately, these tariffs will hurt our economy. Canada is Nevada's biggest export partner. They provide us with chicken, with grain, sugar, and livestock. And the impact of these tariffs, well, they just don't stop at the grocery store shelves. They'll also increase what you pay at the fuel pump. They'll increase the price of construction materials, making housing even more expensive. And so, I ask everyone in this chamber, I ask everyone across the nation, how does that help you? How does that help you? How does it help lower costs? How does it help provide financial relief for families? How does it make your paycheck go farther? How does it put more money in your pocket? It doesn't. President Trump, he's now even saying that inflation is no longer his number one issue. He has flipped on his promise to you. He has flipped on his promise to you. And the fact is, as Americans work hard every day, Nevada families the finest families in our nation. They work hard every day, and many are struggling to get by because prices have skyrocketed over the last few years. It's why I've been taking action to lower costs for families and reduce their financial burden, to give folks some much-needed breathing room, to make their paycheck go even farther. I'm working to lower housing costs by investing in our construction workers to increase our housing supply. I helped lead the charge last year against a proposed Kroger-Albertsons mega merger that would have let grocery stores jack up prices even higher than they already are. And there are steps we in Congress can take and have been taking to tackle inflation. I urge the President to take this issue seriously and tackle it head on. And I am willing to work with him and work with anyone else if it means lowering costs for hardworking families. But we need to get going right now. So I urge my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to come together and prioritize solving kitchen table issues instead of pushing extreme wedge issues. It's what the American people need us to do for them. That's what the American people are counting on us to do for them. We need to get busy and do that. Thank you, Mr. President. And I notice the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Also Brooks. President,
Democratic Whip.
are we in a quorum call?
Yes,
Ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, shortly, Senate Republicans will confirm the nomination of Pam Bondi to serve as Attorney General and lead the Department of Justice in the new administration. Yesterday, I came to the Senate floor to discuss the Trump administration's decision to purge Department of Justice officials and warn that Ms. Bondi's record suggests that she will aid in this effort to pack Department of Justice with loyalists seeking retribution against President Trump's political rivals. Since the Watergate era, there has been bipartisan support for the principle that the Department of Justice investigations and prosecutions must be independent from the White House. Over the years, both Republicans and Democrats have asked many individuals seeking the office of Attorney General one basic question: will you be willing to tell the President no? Given that Ms. Bondi, when speaking about President Trump's criminal indictments, threatened, quote, "the prosecutors will be prosecuted and the investigators will be investigated," I have serious doubts about her willingness to really say no to this president. This concern is even more pressing because over the last 16 days, the Trump administration has purged dozens of senior career law enforcement officials at the Department of Justice and at the FBI. This purge has been particularly focused on dedicated, nonpartisan prosecutors and investigators working in the National Security Division and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On its first day, the Trump administration removed or reassigned as many as 20 experienced professionals with invaluable national security expertise without any comparable replacements, including the veteran career Deputy Assistant Attorney Generals in the National Security Division. These are men and women that we have entrusted with the responsibility to keep America safe. They were summarily dismissed by this new president just days into his administration. Those who have been reassigned are reportedly being put in roles concerning immigration enforcement, for which they have little expertise. Mr. President, we had a hearing this morning about fentanyl and talked about some 70,000 Americans each year losing their lives to this terrible drug. We're all concerned and expressed it at this hearing that some of the very people who are working in drug enforcement are going to be removed and put into mass deportation of immigrants. We've said over and over again that if the president is setting out to do what he promised he would do, he needs more personnel to get it done, or he'll have to cut back invaluable functions of our law enforcement community at the risk of endangering the families and businesses in America. Since that warning, dozens more senior officials have been removed. At the FBI, at least 6 FBI executive assistant directors, or EADs, have been removed, including the EADs who oversee the National Security Branch, Intelligence Branch, and the Criminal Cyber Response and Services Branch. The Trump administration has also removed special agents in charge of at least 4 major field offices and the assistant director of the Washington field office. The acting attorney general has also issued a memo firing dozens of career DOJ prosecutors, stating, and I quote, "Given your significant role in prosecuting the president, I do not believe that the leadership of the department can trust you in implementing the president's agenda faithfully." The Trump administration has even asked line attorneys and agents to retire, resign, or be fired simply for handling tasks linked to the investigation of President Trump or prosecution of his misconduct. The acting FBI director informed the entire FBI workforce that he was reviewing the files of, quote, "all current and former FBI personnel assigned at any time to investigations and or prosecutions relating to January 6th and related terrorism and unrelated terrorism cases." Mr. President, if you're a student of history, you know that when the communists took over the Soviet Union, one of the things that they gloried in doing was rewriting history, trying to make the bad chapters, the embarrassing chapters, the sad chapters different, so the future generations never were really quite sure what happened. That is exactly what's going on about January 6, 2021. despite the graphic video evidence of what happened on that day, when this insurrectionist mob tried to take control of this Capitol and stop the transfer of power from Donald Trump to Joseph Biden, despite the clear evidence to the contrary, they continue to believe that this is a hoax, that somehow these were just tourists coming by the Capitol. Those of us who were there, those of us who remember the danger that was brought by these mobsters and thugs, know that that's a lie. And now they're going through the Department of Justice and saying, if you were involved in prosecuting any of these people who beat up on the policemen in this building, tore down the structures, broke the windows, if you were involved in any prosecution involving them, you're not welcome at the Department of Justice. They want to rewrite history. They want future generations to believe the lie that they have perpetrated about what happened on that day. Those of us who were there will never forget it and what actually did happen. The interim U.S. Attorney for D.C. also ordered an internal review of staff handling cases to January 6th, moved to dismiss all pending charges against those defendants, and has already fired dozens of prosecutors and investigators who worked these cases. The people who were spared by the pardon of Donald Trump include individuals who were dangerous. One had a record of 38 convictions for crimes, and they're now back out on the streets. Over the past weekend, thousands of FBI personnel across the country were told to complete a questionnaire that asked a series of questions about their involvement in the prosecution or investigation of January 6th. This shameless partisan retribution is only the beginning. It has been reported that the future FBI director, Kash Patel, if he is chosen by the Senate, will be guided by an advisory committee composed of solely partisan political operators, including an associate of Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who elected him? By what authority does he have any voice in the administration of our government? Why should he or his minions have access to the private records of American citizens? It's happening. These actions will cripple FBI field offices and U.S. attorneys' offices across the country by increasing the caseload for the remaining agents, dramatically slowing down critical investigations and prosecutions. And the Trump Department of Justice is taking this partisanship beyond the president's personal grievances, as many as there may be. They are already dropping criminal investigations against the president's allies, such as Congressman Andy Ogles. They also have begun systematically stripping the Department of Justice of vital substantive expertise by reducing personnel from the law and policy sections of various divisions, such as the Environment and Natural Resources Division, which pursues polluters who poison our communities. As America faces a heightened threat landscape, these shocking removals and reassignments of hundreds of employees deprive the Department of Justice and the FBI of experienced leadership and decades of experience fighting violent crime, espionage, and terrorism. For years, my Republican colleagues have claimed they, quote, back the blue, and accused Democrats of being soft on crime. We've heard it over and over and over. But now, as President Trump is gutting our nation's law enforcement agencies and putting our national security at risk, my Republican colleagues do not complain. They're nowhere to be found. Instead of condemning these actions, they will likely come to the Senate floor tonight and confirm an individual to lead the Department of Justice who is in lockstep with this policy of President Trump and was chosen for the role specifically because she's loyal. More than anything else, she is loyal. I urge my colleagues to consider what a danger President Trump and Pam Bondi present to this nation. I will oppose their confirmation and hope my colleagues will do the same. I would also say, Mr. President, that letters went out today asking for further hearings on Kash Patel. Mr. Patel, I've been reading his response to the questions for the record, QFR, and I can tell you they raise more questions than they answer. He has an attitude, and to think that this man will be in charge of 38,000 FBI agents and personnel, 400 field offices across the nation and around the world, is going to have the authority to investigate those whom he chooses is frightening. His message in politics is get even. I read his book. It's called Government Gangsters. And this book specific detail talks about his view of politics. He has a long list of grievances, political and personal, and he plans to get even. That is not the kind of person we need in charge of the FBI. He has no experience to point to any significance which qualify him for this job. We have had many directors of the FBI chosen for long periods of time because of our change of the law. We now have a 10-year period of service for the director of the FBI, and we also do our best to make sure that they are apolitical, since they bridge various administrations, not just one or two. That is part of the law, and that is the reason we did it. Now we're going to put a man in that position who has no experience, no background, and a political chip on his shoulder. I'm afraid that is just a recipe for disaster. I urge my colleagues to think twice about Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. This is not what we should expect or want from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Justice. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that the Attorney General is the most important position in a president's cabinet. And if it's not the most important, it certainly is the most difficult. Whoever is our Attorney General, and it is a person that serves all of us, they have two clients. They have the president who appointed her or him, and they have the Constitution. And let me be clear that I have no objections to any president, including President Trump, appointing someone that the president is close to. President Kennedy appointed his brother. I do have a problem with any president seeing the job of Attorney General to be the person who runs, quote, my Justice Department. And that's how President Trump has characterized it, my Justice Department. So we have this dilemma with respect to coming to a conclusion in the use of the responsibility that the Senate as an institution has for the advice and consent of a cabinet member. I start from the orientation that a president should be able to pick his team, and that we should take up nominations and move on them, vote on them expeditiously. My orientation is that the president is entitled to the benefit of the doubt, but not to a blank check. What's also difficult for me with respect to this appointment is that, in my view, Pam Bondi is accomplished, incompetent, and qualified. I have great respect for her work as a county prosecutor in Florida, and I have great respect for her work as Attorney General in the state of Florida. And I have great respect for the fact that, as a woman, she made that decision to run for Attorney General and had to overcome pretty significant odds in order to win that position. And I also remember, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Ranking Member, she had great testimony from people that she worked with. And I think both you and I have a great deal of respect for folks who have a leadership position and treat their subordinates with great respect and have the affection and confidence. And that came through in the testimony of people who had worked with Ms. Bondi. My grave concern is really about President Trump and what he is clearly demanding of the person, whoever it is he has, and now is Ms. Bondi. what the president is demanding, and that clearly is a loyalty oath to him, as opposed to a demand for straightforward, candid advice, including if the president is asking something to be done, like a prosecution of a political adversary, that the answer, Mr. President, has to be no. That's what the president is demanding. Now, we can argue on both sides about whether that's the case, but the evidence is overwhelming. The question that I've asked a number of nominees, including Mr. Patel and including Ms. Bondi, is who won the 2020 election. And it's pretty clear that the president's team, in preparing folks for that inevitable question, came up with an acceptable answer. The acceptable answer is that President Biden was the president. President Biden was certified. No one could just say the straightforward, President Biden won. You know, in the closest election in our history, Bush v. Gore, after the Supreme Court made its decision, not only did Al Gore accept the outcome, but Democrats did, Americans did. And that was pre-January 6th, when we all relied on the guardrail in the Constitution that there would be a commitment to a peaceful transfer of power, and that there would be renunciation of violence as a means of persuasion in the outcome of an election. January 6th did change that. There was an attack on the Capitol. Many of us were here. That was inspired by President Trump. He invited people to come. It'll be wild. And it was provoked because the president used the enormous authority he had, the enormous credibility he had with people who supported him, to begin peddling the stop the steal narrative. The election was stolen. And President Trump has never, ever given up on that. As far as he's concerned, and to every person, every audience, that election was stolen. And people that were going to work in his administration in a vetting process had to answer that question in the way that was acceptable to President, then newly elected President Trump. That's not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable. President Biden won. President Trump won this last election. I didn't vote for him, but I can say it. I can acknowledge it and do the best I can as a member of the minority party. But we now have a president who is not allowing a person who has to have a dual loyalty to him, yes, but to the Constitution, to make it clear before that person is nominated for a law enforcement position that they accept his narrative of what happened in 2020. It's really dangerous, in my view, for our country. You know, the president has gone on, much to my regret, intensifying that concern that many of us have as to whether there'll be an adherence to the rule of law. In an extraordinary first 2 weeks, the president has gone on, it's my opinion, but a lot of courts support it, a rampage of illegality. This is a serious threat to our country. Let me start with the impoundment. You know, basic civics. Article 1 branch, that's the U.S. Senate and U.S. House, has authority over appropriations and spending. The executive can propose, and we can consider an appropriation request. The president can reject an appropriations bill that the Congress passes with a veto. But what the president can't do is pick and choose where he feels like spending or just disregarding the appropriations passed by the Congress of the United States, and he's doing that. The impoundment is patently illegal, not even close, and what's clear to me is the president doesn't care, because if the impoundment causes enough havoc that affected agencies will either be destroyed or severely damaged. Let me give a couple examples. That impoundment notice went out. Wells River Community Health Center in Vermont. It provides health care to really poor Vermonters, and they do an incredible job. They have a cash balance that allows them to stay in business for 0 to 5 days. That's it. The impoundment notice comes in. Literally, they show up to work and it says, you shut down. You can't open up tomorrow. Those folks running that organization don't have the money to pay the salaries of anyone, the doctors, the receptionists, the medical providers. We see what's happening at USAID. We're shutting you down. The doors are locked. People show up for work, they can't get in. That's illegal, unconstitutional, as I see it. And the administration, the president, has made a clear decision that he doesn't care. He's not going to worry about the niceties, things that restrained Republican and Democratic presidents before, namely adherence to the law, the recognition of their responsibility to preserve a tool that has been a safeguard for our democracy through both Republican and Democratic administrations. Those rules don't apply to him. And then we've seen that he's delegated authority to a non-elected billionaire, it's Mr. Musk, and told him basically to go wild with the federal government. Do what you want, go where you want. And in one of the most astonishing things, Musk sent over 5 kids. One of them is 19, he can't drink in Vermont. And 4 early 20-year-old folks. And they march into the Treasury Secretary, basically, of the United States, the successor to Alexander Hamilton, the man I respect, by the way, Mr. Besant, and the person who ran the payment system, and said, we're in charge. That's basically what they did. And then they got access to the computers, which means they have your Social Security in mind. They have information about our taxes. Every individual in this country, their privacy has now been put in jeopardy. I mean, just think if this were the private sector. Let's say you're Jamie Dimon and you run a major financial institution, J.P. Morgan, and 5 kids show up at your bank and they say, hey, Mr. Musk sent us. Give us access to the computers. And they have access to all the individual information, company information of the folks who work with J.P. Morgan. That's what happened. And it's not really apparent to all the American people what is happening. It's the folks who are directly impacted by this, the folks at USAID who don't have a job, the folks at Wells River Clinic who are operating on a marginal, on the tightest of margins, that have suffered and don't know whether they'll be able to keep the lights on. It's the woman, the mom, who had finally, after months and months of trying, a dental appointment through Medicaid that had it canceled arbitrarily and abruptly. So those individuals are feeling it, and this is going to ripple out to more and more Americans seeing what's happening. But we need an attorney general who will share my shock at a president acting in such a lawless way. So The fact is, frankly, I don't think President Trump ever in the world would place a value on having an attorney general who's willing to tell him, Mr. President, no, you can't get appointed unless you pass the test. And the test was on full display, both with Mr. Patel and Ms. Bondi, in their inability to answer the basic question, who won the 2020 election. So my concern is not that they, quote, get the answer right. My concern is their profound responsibility is first and foremost to the Constitution and the rule of law. And the president is not looking for anyone other than someone who's going to give him the fealty that he demands when these questions arise. And what we're seeing with the president in these first 2 weeks of his term is that there is no restraint. The rule of law is for suckers. He's going to break things, and whatever damage is done is not his problem. And the problem is, it's a lot of really innocent and good Americans who are being affected by this. Doctors and nurses, moms whose children get Medicaid help, lawyers who dedicated their career to civil rights or environmental protection. You know, there's a cruelty with the way in which the president has acted. It's almost a casual cruelty. It just doesn't matter. So I'm looking for some confidence that the checks and balances that are required, that we can build up. And frankly, there's a major question that we face as a United States Senator, and each of us as an individual senator. I believe, at least to exercise our judgment. We won't agree necessarily, and we may come to a different judgment about how best we can do what I think each of us is required to do, and that is protect the institutional responsibility of the United States Senate to be an independent and separate branch of government, and to adhere to the importance of the separation of powers, and that this institution has a fundamental responsibility to the American people to be a check and balance. And there's 100 of us here, and we may have 100 different opinions as to when it is that we should say no. But my hope is that every single one of us will accept that it is our responsibility to make that judgment and not just passively submit to whatever action the president is sending our way. With that, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I sit on the Judiciary Committee and was present for the confirmation hearing of Pam Bondi in her quest to be Attorney General of the United States. And I have to say that there is a lot to admire. She had been a competent prosecutor for many years. She was the twice elected Attorney General of a major state, and she said a lot of the right things about independence of the department and rule of law. What I couldn't get over was how things changed when she got to a topic that would have been sensitive to Donald Trump, something that would have gotten Donald Trump all twitchy. When she hit those topics, it was like, watching the plane fly into the Bermuda Triangle, and all the navs and comms go crazy. She couldn't say obvious things like, did President Biden win the 2020 election? That's an easy answer. Yes, he did, sir or ma'am. Super simple. When she can't say that, that's a sign. When she told us that there'd been a peaceful transfer of power, a room full of senators who had to flee this chamber because of the violence of January 6th and go and shelter in a secret location, and she had to tell us that there had been a peaceful transfer of power. Again, haywire. No predication, she said. She couldn't say there was no predication to go after somebody like Liz Cheney or Jack Smith. Predication is the key to being able to open a case like that. The predication is pretty apparent, or its lack is pretty apparent, and she could not agree that there was no predication to open a case. And last, she pretended that the candidate for FBI did not have an enemies list. He had an enemies list. He published his enemies list. He said that the people on his enemies list were criminals. He said that now it's time to go on the manhunt for the enemies that he identified on the enemies list. So when she can't state the obvious, it causes real concern. And it causes real concern because of the lawlessness of this administration already demonstrated in the first 2 weeks. She got a lot of questions about pardons. Would she support violent offenders in the January 6th attack on the Capitol being pardoned? And we were chastised for having asked such questions by our Republican colleagues who said, you know, you're asking her ridiculous hypotheticals. That will never happen. Jim Jordan, oh, that wouldn't happen. The president would never do that. Over and over again, Republicans said, oh, that will never happen. Well, what happened? He pardoned the violent offenders. In fact, some of them are already up to no good again. We've got some arrested for assaulting police officers. We had some shot in a violent confrontation with police officers. This is just in the 2 weeks since their pardons. And here, soliciting a minor. That's the quality of people that the president was willing to pardon. So those pardons are another signal about a very strange and dangerous time that President Trump is taking us into. As my colleague from Vermont just mentioned, we've got these little characters, I call them the muskrats, running around in Treasury, running around over at USAID, getting into systems where they have no business, where apparently they're not just able to get into the payment systems for Social Security and things like that, tax refunds, whatever, but they can actually manipulate the systems. And they can leave back doors so that Elon Musk can continue to access that data even after this raid by his little muskrats is over. We don't know the details of what they've done, but there are probably a great number of laws, including privacy laws, that they are violating by running around without proper authorization through these enormous accounting databases. And of course, the billionaires that helped bring Trump to office live off data. Now they've got access to one of the biggest data sets in the world. You think they're going to be responsible about that? I sure don't. Right now, in Rhode Island, funds are frozen and people can't get straight answers about how they'll ever get access to funding that has been duly appropriated, authorized, and obligated. The freeze of those funds by the president is now in violation of not one but 2 court orders. So the lawlessness is apparent, whether it's the muskrats running around in Treasury looking at everybody's files, or whether it's court orders being patently violated, or whether it's violent offenders being pardoned so they can go out and solicit minors again. I mean, the whole thing really calls for probity and good judgment and adherence to constitutional norms from an attorney general. And when she can't answer as simple a question as did President Biden win the 2020 election, my alarms go off. And they particularly go off when we get to her FBI director, Kash Patel. She suggested that she'd be able to rein him in. I have my doubts. He made completely preposterous explanations of how his enemies list wasn't an enemies list, even though he had called those people criminals and that there would be a manhunt for them. He denied having a role with the J6 Choir, which was a singing group of violent attackers from January 6th. And he had taken credit for producing their recording, but pretended he didn't know that they were January 6th violent attackers. He said that he assured us that FBI agents would be protected against political retribution, which was beginning as he testified, and which is going on at the department right now. Massive, unprecedented political retribution. He won't tell us what he told a grand jury in proceedings in which he pled the Fifth Amendment. Well, if you plead the Fifth, and then you go into a civil proceeding, you having pled the Fifth is something that the civil attorney can use against you. It's called the adverse inference. A jury can draw the conclusion that the testimony that you would have given had you not asserted your Fifth Amendment privilege would be harmful to your case. They are legally available to reach that conclusion. A judge will instruct them that they may reach that conclusion. And here we are in the Judiciary Committee, and we can't get an answer from this guy about his grand jury testimony. We know he pled the Fifth, and what, are we not supposed to take the adverse inference that a regular jury would take from pleading the Fifth? It is a mess. This guy, Patel, went into a court in Colorado to testify for Trump. How'd he do when he went in front of that court and testified? Well, the presiding judge said that he, I'm quoting here, was not a credible witness. His testimony was illogical and was, quoting again, completely devoid of any evidence in the record. Okay, so I used to be a United States attorney, and we used to take FBI agents and we would put them into court to make cases. If an FBI agent working for me had gotten that kind of a response from a Rhode Island district judge, that he was incredible, that he was making testimony that was illogical, that he could not be believed, there would be repercussions. We'd need to see if that was a Giglio disclosure problem for this person. We would need to understand why this FBI agent couldn't be trusted by a federal judge. This isn't just an agent. This is the guy who wants to run the FBI. So to trust Pam Bondi to rein in a character like this, who has virtually no experience that would qualify him to lead the FBI, says former Attorney General Bill Barr, who has ideas that are ludicrous, absolutely unqualified for this job, untrustworthy, an absolute disgrace to even consider him. A guy who ran onto his website, Kash Patel Retruthed, imagery of him chainsawing his enemies list people. This is actually a video clip. We can't play it here. But it's a video clip of him chainsawing through his enemies list. And he thought that was cool to retruth. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. Pam Bondi's going to be able to restrain him? Not if she can't even say that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. This was his last comment. He said I'd misquoted him. To the press, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections, like he didn't win it. We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly. We'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. That is what is coming to the Department of Justice. The FBI is in danger of being turned into the political enforcement weapon of this president, who is already breaking the law over and over again in just the last 2 weeks, and a woman who cannot say that Joe Biden won the 2020 election, I believe, is not going to be able to restrain this kind of misbehavior, let alone the kind of misbehavior we are seeing out of the Oval Office. So regretfully, because there was a lot to like about Ms. Bondi, regretfully, I cannot possibly vote to confirm her, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, in examining all of the President's cabinet nominees, I am focused on two things: their fitness and their qualifications for the positions to which they are nominated, including their ability and willingness to put loyalty to the Constitution above loyalty to the President. This independence is critically important for the Attorney General, our nation's highest law enforcement officer. The Attorney General oversees thousands of career prosecutors in all 50 states, trying cases based not on politics, but on facts. However, Pam Bondi's record, her statements in her confirmation hearing, and her responses to questions for the record make clear she does not have the requisite independence to lead the Department of Justice. In her confirmation hearing, Ms. Bondi shows she had trouble differentiating fact from fiction, where her loyalty to President Trump might come into question. Rather than attempting to assuage my concerns shared by many of my colleagues, you just heard from one of my colleagues just previous to myself, Ms. Bondi failed to provide clear and convincing answers to the following questions: whether President Biden won the 2020 election, whether she agreed with the President's characterization of January 6 felons as hostages and patriots, whether she would make good on her promise to prosecute the prosecutors and investigate the investigators by using the DOJ to go after the President's perceived political enemies. I also asked her in writing, for the record, how she would resolve a conflict between a request from President Trump and her duty to the Constitution. Ms. Bondi provided no response, and she left the answer blank. This refusal to even try to answer the question told me a lot. We have already seen in the 2 weeks since President Trump took office that he does not believe that the rule of law applies to him. He issued an unconstitutional order on birthright citizenship. He put an illegal hold on all federal funds. He fired or pushed aside scores of senior career FBI officials and federal prosecutors. Most egregiously, he issued a blanket pardon for more than 1,500 criminals convicted for their roles in the January 6th insurrection. Not content to stop at pardoning those who assaulted police officers, now he's compiling lists of FBI agents and DOJ prosecutors who did their jobs by working on January 6th cases to which they were assigned. This could be thousands of civil servants who Donald Trump is apparently planning to punish to exact retribution. Make no mistake, by focusing DOJ and the FBI inward on themselves instead of outward on the many threats against our country, President Trump is making our nation less safe and sowing fear and chaos in the DOJ. When we suffer an attack, a hack, or a rise in crime, President Trump will try to blame everybody else, but he will be responsible. As Senator Durbin so accurately put it, Donald Trump sees the DOJ as his personal law firm. But the DOJ and the Attorney General work for the people, not for the President. Any president, but especially this president, needs an Attorney General who will tell him when his actions break the law. What's more, the American public deserves an attorney general who will put the law first and refuse an illegal order from the president. Ms. Bondi will not be that person. She will be yet another yes woman doing whatever the president wants her to do. The law, the Constitution, and our country will suffer the consequences. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I too rise today to oppose President Trump's nomination of Pamela Bondi to serve as Attorney General of the United States. And I don't do it lightly. After evaluating her record, as well as her testimony before the Judiciary Committee, it's sadly become clear to me that Ms. Bondi is either unwilling or unable to put her duty to the Constitution of the United States and her duty to the American people above her loyalty to President Trump. With the president now in office, who has proven his complete disregard for the rule of law on numerous occasions, Pam Bondi is simply unfit to serve as our nation's chief law enforcement officer. Time and again, we've seen Ms. Bondi more than willing to go on national television and push President Trump's lies about the results of a free and fair election. Despite the facts, despite overwhelming evidence, she's chosen to lie to the American people in defense of Donald Trump. Now, as I shared in committee during the confirmation hearing, this very issue, offering her an opportunity to withdraw those statements that she made back in 2020. Reminding my colleagues and anybody watching that the danger of her refusal isn't just that she's sticking to some political talking points. In fact, when it comes to the integrity of our elections, lies have become threats to our democracy, threats to voters, and threats to election workers who dedicate themselves to administering our free and fair elections. To this day, she refuses to state the simple truth that Donald Trump lost in 2020. Colleagues, consider the fact that the same lies have led to her associate, Rudy Giuliani, being disbarred. Think about that contrast. Rudy Giuliani lied, and he's being disbarred for those actions. Pam Bondi, same lies, refuses to take them back, and now you want her to be the top law enforcement officer for the United States of America? It's this very behavior that actually endears her to President Trump. And it's the same reason why we cannot trust her to hold him accountable. If confirmed, Ms. Bondi will no doubt face far more daunting challenges to shield the Department of Justice and its professional civil servants from politics. I mean, just look at President Trump's activity in the first couple of weeks in office. From his first day on the job, day one of his second term, he issued around 1,500 pardons for January 6th insurrectionists and commuted the sentences of 14 of his supporters, including those convicted of violence against police officers.
Let me say it again. First day in office, Trump freed convicted violent criminals who pepper spray and beat Capitol police officers. So much for back the blue. President Trump's appointees then proceeded to fire career Department of Justice lawyers involved in investigating and prosecuting him for his role in the January 6th insurrection and for his improper handling of classified documents. Now, the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia has already promised to investigate the prosecutors who helped put violent insurrectionists behind bars. None of this comes as a surprise, though. Before she was even selected, before the nomination was official, Ms. Bondi had already publicly promised to investigate the investigators, to prosecute the prosecutors. And just this past Sunday, President Trump's Department of Justice demanded specific FBI staff fill out a questionnaire sharing what involvement they had in the January 6 cases. This is a tough environment for any attorney general to walk into and to act independently, let alone someone who's already shown blind loyalty to President Trump over the rule of law. But these past few weeks, I was struck most by the fact that despite her having practiced law for decades, despite the fact that she served once as the Attorney General for the state of Florida, Ms. Bondi was somehow unfamiliar with the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, and specifically its citizenship clause. Shouldn't have come as a surprise. We talked about it in my office the day before the hearing. I let her know I was going to be asking her about it during the hearing. And when I gave her an opportunity during the hearing to discuss it, she simply refused to answer my questions. And now we know why. In his very first day back in office, President Trump issued a blatantly unconstitutional executive order seeking to strip birthright citizenship from American citizens, citizens born here in the United States. Now, someone who still needs to study birthright citizenship surely won't be a champion in defending it. And I point that out because that's what Ms. Bondi said in response to my question, that she would study it. Think about that, colleagues. Top law enforcement officer in the United States needing to study the Constitution? The American people need and deserve to be able to trust that the Department of Justice is enacting the law fairly, neutrally, and free from political interference. We need and deserve an Attorney General who will speak truth to power, push back against illegal, immoral, and unethical requests. Someone who can be a credible messenger to the American people in a time of crisis. And someone who will defend not only the American people, but the proud public servants who work within the department and who are being purged in not a Saturday night massacre or a Monday massacre, but a January massacre by President Trump. To my colleagues today, I ask this: do you believe Ms. Bondi will fight against retribution or enact it? Do you believe she'll stand up to the administration's chaos or further enable it? Colleagues, I don't believe Ms. Bondi is up to the task. And for that reason, I will oppose her nomination, and I urge all of you to join me. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from California.
just over 8 years ago, Donald Trump assumed the office of the presidency for the first time. He began that administration with at least a few people of independence and stature, people that had enough of a respect for themselves and the rule of law that when they were asked to do things that violated the law, their oath, or their own sense of decency, they said no or resigned. People like Defense Secretary Mattis, who wrote in his resignation letter, "My views on treating allies with respect and also being clear-eyed about both malign actors and strategic competitors are strongly held and informed by over 4 decades of immersion in these issues. We must do everything possible to advance an international order that is most conducive to our security, prosperity, and values, and we are strengthened in this effort by the solidarity of our alliances. Because you have the right to have a Secretary of Defense whose views are better aligned with yours on these and other subjects, I believe it is right for me to step down from my position." Treating allies with respect, being clear-eyed about malign actors, advancing an international order conducive to our national security, prosperity, and values. The solidarity of alliances, these didn't used to be novel ideas. They didn't used to be controversial ideas. What Secretary Mattis said about an international order that is most conducive to our security, prosperity, and values may also be applied to a domestic order that is respectful of our agencies and institutions, our norms and values. Not everyone in Trump's first administration was like Secretary Mattis. Some took much longer to realize that the president's demand for loyalty to him be placed above all else was incompatible with their own oath of office. Attorney General Bill Barr, once so desperate for a job in the Trump administration that he wrote a lengthy job application castigating an investigation he knew little about, found ultimately that there were lines even he could not cross, like lying about the election. Others still, like Kash Patel, seemed never to find a demand by the president too taxing of their own moral code to raise an objection, but rather viewed any questionable order as a means of advancement. The question we face with the nomination of Pam Bondi is, what will she do when inevitably she is put to the test by a president who feels unbound by law or propriety? Her testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee tells us that she will not pass the test. When asked about whether the president lost the 2020 election, she could not answer. When asked whether she would preserve evidence gathered in the January 6th investigation, she could not agree to do so. When asked about potential pardons of violent criminals who attacked police on January 6th, she indignantly assured us that she would review all pardon cases on a case-by-case basis, a promise breached by the president so soon thereafter that her words seemed still to hang in the air. If she could not assert her independence now, before Congress, before taking office, what hope can we have that she will do so when put to the test by the president? When asked about this, too, she demurred. That's a hypothetical, but it wasn't then, and it isn't now. The president has already pardoned hundreds of violent criminals. He has already issued executive orders that violate the law and Constitution. Would Pam Bondi have objected to the firing of inspectors general? Do any of us believe that she would? The president has issued an executive order attempting to amend the Constitution. A federal judge struck down this order as presenting perhaps the simplest constitutional question he had ever heard. Could we have expected Pam Bondi to defend it? Sadly, yes. The president issued an executive order freezing and illegally impounding congressionally appropriated funds. Would she have ushered a word of protest? Certainly not. Dozens of top prosecutors have already been fired from the Department of Justice, who did their lawful duty investigating the rioters who attacked police. Would she have resigned in protest? She has witnessed this Saturday night massacre and still wants the job, so plainly, the answer is no. She is no Elliot Richardson, Top-ranking FBI agents have been fired. Questionnaires have gone out to identify the hundreds, perhaps thousands, of agents who were involved in the legitimate prosecution of these felons. Would she have defended these FBI agents at the risk of her own job, as one senior FBI leader has done? Of course not. And let us not pretend otherwise. Donald Trump only took the oath of office a mere 2 weeks ago, with an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States, to faithfully execute the laws of this country that Congress passed and funded. Each day, it seems he has found new ways to bend and break those laws, to put in power unelected billionaires and political cronies to dismantle agencies, take control of payment systems, and exact political retribution. And one after another, each of his nominees, asked whether they would oppose such conduct, has claimed that they won't engage in hypotheticals, claimed that there was simply no way the president would take these actions, stated that what the president promised to do during the campaign simply wouldn't happen. But it is happening. It has happened. His campaign of retribution is happening. His empowering of a shadow president is happening. His dismantling of congressionally approved departments is happening. And we cannot afford an attorney general who believes their role is to defend him rather than the American people and the democracy we have inherited from our founders. This big, bold, brave, and improbable experiment in self-governance. We need an attorney general with a backbone of steel, with the stature to say no, whose purpose is to enforce the laws against any lawbreaker, including the President of the United States. That person is not Pam Bondi. Senator Rufus Choate, who once walked these halls and served in this body, reminded us nearly 200 years ago that we have built no temple but the Capitol, that we consult no common oracle but the Constitution. And what does that oracle tell us? I think maybe simply this: we have been given the most brilliant Constitution ever devised to constrain the worst impulses of human nature. But even that brilliant document will not protect us if we do not inhabit positions of great responsibility with people worthy of them, with people who view our system of checks and balances not as a weakness to overcome or to overrun, but as a source of strength, who view the domestic order they produce, to borrow Secretary Mattis's words from a different context, as most conducive to our security, prosperity, and values. We need an Attorney General who will stand strong when the President seeks to turn this Capitol into a rubber stamp for unconstitutional and unlawful actions, when the President seeks to empower the likes of Elon Musk to ignore laws that Congress has passed and departments that Congress has funded, when the President ignores our allies and emboldens our enemies, when the President targets those in government who did their job to investigate crimes and malfeasance and does so to exact vengeance. Vengeance, apart from self-aggrandizement and self-enrichment, the President's only motivation: vengeance. Donald Trump is hoping that in the chaos of his executive orders, of oligarchs marauding through the agencies of government, of tariffs that turn on and off like a blinking light, that we will get lost, and in getting lost, be lost. We must not be. His actions will get worse. They will. With a congressional majority that empowers him, with appointees that embolden him, he himself will only grow more emboldened in return. His unconscionable and unconstitutional actions will multiply. And when that happens, will Pam Bondi take up her role, her duty as the people's lawyer? Or will she serve as the President's lawyer, as she has done before? Will Pam Bondi say no to the President's unlawful actions, no to purges of perceived political enemies, no to investigations of career officials? Because if she will not say no, if she cannot say no, it is up to us today to say no. No to this nomination. No to Pam Bondi. It is up to us. I yield back.
Senator from Connecticut.
As my colleague, Senator Schiff of California, has just so powerfully stated, we are in the midst of a constitutional crisis. A crisis that would have been unimaginable just weeks ago. A crisis that involves a president disobeying the law. Now, presidents in the past have disobeyed the law. They've sought to test the boundaries of their power, and the courts have blocked them. But never has a president violated so many significant laws and the Constitution so rapidly, so repeatedly, that we are, as Senator Schiff said, lost in the chaos. And it falls to the arbiters of law, our courts. But it is also incumbent on the enforcers of the law. Any of us who have served in the Department of Justice, I was United States Attorney for Connecticut for 4.5 years, knows that the most important decisions that any prosecutor, any law enforcer makes is whether to uphold the rule of law and sometimes say no to an FBI agent who is too enthusiastic about a case and wants to indict someone who could not be convicted. A public official who is close personally or politically and has overstepped their powers or ethics. To be fair, independent, objective, to be completely impartial, and to uphold the rule of law is the first duty of anyone in the United States Department of Justice. And I have more than respect. I have reverence for the Department of Justice. And that's why I am so deeply disappointed that we are here tonight for the nomination of Pam Bondi. The Attorney General of the United States of America is supposed to be the people's lawyer, not the president's. Donald Trump has said he wants the Attorney General to be his Roy Cohn, his fixer, his personal attorney. Well, Ms. Bondi said she would be the people's lawyer, but that claim is betrayed by almost everything else she said, and most important, what she would not say. Here's what she would not say. She would not say that she would say no to the president when he asked her to do something illegal or immoral. She dodged that question. She would not say that she was wrong for spreading lies about fraud and cheating in Pennsylvania during the 2020 election. She dodged that question, too. She would not say that President Biden won the 2020 election or that President Trump lost. She ducked it. Now, the issue of whether President Trump asks his Attorney General to do something illegal or immoral is not a hypothetical. It's not abstruse or abstract. It is real. We know it's real because every one of his past Attorneys General ran afoul of Donald Trump because they would not do something illegal or immoral. Our colleague Jeff Sessions, Bill Barr, no matter how good their intention, nobody can talk Donald Trump out of what he wants to do, and the law is no concern, nor is the lawyer. He will get lawyers to do whatever he wants, and Pam Bondi was reassuring very reassuring to one person, Donald Trump, when she dodged those questions, because what he wants is a loyalist, a sycophant, an alcoholic. And he wants a puppet to do his bidding. The American people need a lawyer at this moment in history, at this point of constitutional crisis, who will truly speak truth to power. We use that phrase all the time, speak truth to power. But in this instance, it is the essence of what an attorney general has to do at this moment in our history. And Donald Trump doesn't want to hear the truth. As much power as he has, he wants to hear an attorney general tell him, fine to go ahead, you have the green light. If Pam Bondi thinks that she won't face that same dilemma that Bill Barr and Jeff Sessions did, and every other lawyer who's worked for Donald Trump has faced, she's either delusional or disingenuous. Delusional or disingenuous, for me, both are disqualifying for this job. And she can't even pay or pass that low bar of saying she could say no. Her answer is, oh, well, he would never do anything like that. He is my friend. As we are here tonight, the Trump Justice Department is reported to be preparing to purge hundreds or even thousands of FBI agents or other personnel in the Department of Justice for nothing more than doing their jobs. These agents were assigned to criminal cases involving Donald Trump. They didn't leap forward. They didn't volunteer. They were assigned, and like FBI agents do, they took the assignment. And now they will pay a price in their careers, unjustly, unfairly, and unwisely, because it will deter other FBI agents from doing their job when it comes to drug cases or terrorism cases. We've heard also that assistant U.S. attorneys are being reassigned from drug cases and terrorism cases so that they can do immigration. We're hearing that career civil service must be loyal to Donald Trump in this Department of Justice. Well, to Donald Trump and to them, we all know something fundamental in this body, that we swear an oath. The lowliest private in the United States Army or the Navy or the Marine Corps or the Air Force takes an oath. They raise their right hand, just as we do. Anybody in the cabinet takes that oath, and they swear allegiance, but it isn't to the president, and it isn't to the government. It is to the Constitution. That's what's at risk here. That's what Pam Bondi cannot do in good conscience if she is confirmed, because her allegiance will be to Donald Trump. And the purge of agents, the reassignment and retribution of others, not only damages morale, the effectiveness of the Department of Justice, it undermines the rule of law. The Attorney General, perhaps chief among presidential appointees, is responsible for making good on the constitutional promises that no man or no woman is above the law, that we have no king in the United States. We are no longer a monarchy. We can no longer ask a billionaire to rummage through the files of the Department of Treasury that have information about the presiding officer and every one of us who serves in this body and almost every American, because we all pay taxes, we all have Social Security, we get tax refunds, veterans get disability benefits. Almost anything the United States government does creates a record in the Treasury Department, and all that information is being read and scanned and now collected. That's the news of the day. More bad news about Elon Musk. Who is going to stop Elon Musk when he's doing something illegal and immoral? It won't be Pam Bondi, because she's Donald Trump's lawyer. That is a real and present danger for every one of us in this country. After I was United States Attorney in Connecticut, I was the Attorney General of my state for 20 years. In that job also, I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States as a state official, as well as to the Constitution of the state of Connecticut. It isn't an abstract notion. It's what we all do. And if she's confirmed, maybe Pam Bondi will be able to raise her right hand and recite after whoever's administering the oath. But it will not be an oath she is capable of keeping. And so on this critically important vote for our country, I don't think there is a cabinet officer more important at this moment in our history. I urge my colleagues to say no to this nomination. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Democratic Whip.
Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the Bondi nomination.
Is there further debate? If not, the question is on the nomination.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears
Second.
to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran.
February 27th, 2023.
Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Resch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Spotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Budd, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kim, Lujan, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell. No. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Mr. Leader.
You ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Turner nomination be waived.
Is there an objection? Without objection, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture by unanimous consent.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Eric Turner of Texas to be Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Eric Turner of Texas to be Secretary of Housing and Urban Development shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks,
Yes.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett.
Blackburn, no. I mean, Blackburn, yes.
Okay, I was like, wow.
Blackburn, yes. Blackburn Strode.
You got me right.
I do have you, thank you. I got you. I know that. Thank you. Thank you. Got you. Got you. Haggerty. Thank you. Gallego, Hassan. Yes. Hold on 1 minute. Hassan, Kim, Blumenthal, Kim. Thank you. Good. Hickenlooper, Murphy. I did get you. Thank you. Johnson. I did get you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tony, what was the Bondi vote?
Mr. Kelly. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. I'll get him. I know, I'll get him. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd.
Coach is good too. You got me. Gotcha. Thank you, ma'am. I'll see you.
Thank you.
That was good, Bernie. Thanks.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right. Aye.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masta, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Thank you. Mr. Fetterman. Did you say yes? Yeah. That's what I thought. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, yeah, I have it. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Q, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Budd, aye.
have it in my hands, and it's available for all of the American people to read. The House Republican budget plan is a contract against America. It will hurt working families, hurt the middle class, hurt our children, hurt our seniors, and hurt our veterans. The House Republican contract against America will end Medicaid as we know it, destroy the Affordable Care Act, and eliminate the mortgage interest deduction, which will raise costs on tens of millions of working class and middle class Americans. The House Republican contract against America is an extreme plan that will not lower costs for everyday Americans. It will make our country more expensive. House Democrats will oppose this extreme contract against America, and we will push back against it on behalf of everyday Americans with every fiber in our body. Questions? Janet.
We're approaching this deadline in mid-March to fund the government. Can you give us some sense of specific things the Democrats would want in these negotiations? Would you want the Obamacare tax cuts, or the things that would go up by millions and millions of Americans to be maintained? Would you push for the wildfires without strings? What are the 2 or 3 things you're going to want in that bill?
With respect to the upcoming March 14th spending deadline, Republicans now control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They promised the country that they would lower the high cost of living. We are willing to work with our Republican colleagues to address the cost of living crisis that we have in the United States of America, or any other issue that will improve the quality of life for working class Americans and the middle class. What we are not willing to do is to enable extreme MAGA Republicans to have a blank check so they can enact massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations and make working class Americans pay for it through cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, veterans benefits, or nutritional assistance. The ball is in the Republicans' court right now.
They're going to need your help on getting some votes on this. Have they come to you with some of these requests already?
The Republicans have not opened up any line of communication with us, and they've made clear to America that they have a big, massive, beautiful mandate, which presumably means to us that they intend to pass a spending agreement on their own, to avoid a government shutdown on their own, and to raise the debt ceiling on their own. They've had no communications with us. It's not hard to find me. They know where I'm at. They know my number. I haven't received a single call about a single one of these issues.
Children whose parents are not either a lawful permanent resident or a U.S. citizen. What's your reaction?
House Democrats are prepared to work together with our Republican colleagues to find common ground with respect to securing our border, with respect to fixing our broken immigration system in a bipartisan and comprehensive way, and with respect to defending dreamers, farm workers, and keeping families together, which is a high priority throughout the House Democratic Caucus.
Do you reject a bill like this?
I haven't seen the legislation. And so I'm not going to comment on the specifics of the legislation, but we have no plans to support any extreme agenda that the far right wants to jam down the throats of the American people. We've made clear we will work together to secure our borders. We will work together to fix our broken immigration system in a bipartisan and comprehensive way, and we will defend dreamers, farm workers, and families.
Thank you, Leader. The President this week rolled back a number of diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, rolled back LBJ's affirmative action initiative. I wondered, what effect do you think those have on American families and how Democrats are going to respond to them?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion are American values. It's about economic opportunity for everyone. We support merit for everyone based on what you know, not who you know. The problem that seems to be unfolding is that there are some in this country who want an America of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. Not for working class Americans, middle class Americans, or everyday Americans. A country of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are about economic opportunity for everyone, even if you're not wealthy, well off, or well connected. These are values that everybody in this country should embrace. And we're going to take this issue, working with the civil rights groups, head on.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. This is a follow-up to that question. Now, do you have a plan in place to combat Trump's DEI executive order, or is that something that you're going to have to work on?
No president in the United States of America can change the Constitution or change law like the 1964 Civil Rights Act by way of example through executive action or executive order. It can't happen. So it's my expectation that in response to all of the activity that we've seen this week, it will unleash an avalanche of righteous litigation on behalf of the American people on that issue and on many other issues.
Thank you, Leader Jeffries. Since President Biden left the office, the Democratic Party doesn't have a clear leader as the face of the party. Are you going to become that new leader, and is this something that you're looking at to assume this role?
It's my honor to serve as House Democratic leader. We've got a strong House Democratic caucus. Republicans represent the smallest majority since the Great Depression when they're at full strength. And over the first 100 days, when there will be 217 Republicans and 215 Democrats, despite their claims of a big, bold, beautiful, massive mandate, we're searching for it in the House of Representatives. We're going to stand up on behalf of everyday Americans as a caucus, as a unit, as a team. And I'm proud to be in the leadership of that team. And we recognize that House Democrats are on the front lines of many of the battles that will be fought in the year to come.
Trump just said to the crowd in Davos, we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, and we'll bring them down substantially even from the original Trump tax cuts. Just to be clear, you've not had any communication with the administration on working on extending the tax cuts, and that doesn't sound like, is that something you're planning to work with them on?
I have not had any communication with the president or the incoming administration on the issue of the GOP tax scam. Here's what we know. This document, the Republican Contract Against America, the reason why it exists, the reason why there are so many extreme cuts in the GOP contract against America, including ending Medicaid as we know it, eliminating the mortgage interest deduction, and slashing and burning the Affordable Care Act, is because extreme MAGA Republicans in the House who put out this document want to enact massive tax cuts for billionaires and wealthy corporations and stick working class Americans with the bill. We're not down with that approach. Can I say it any clearer?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Last year, House Democrats spent a lot of time talking about Project 2025. You spoke about it weekly during press conferences. There was a big kind of hearing on it last September. A lot of the executive orders that President Trump has signed come straight from Project 2025. Now that you've had some time to think about it, do you think that House Democrats did an effective job connecting with voters to warn them about the dangers of the executive orders that have now been signed since his return to office?
Here's my assessment of what happened with respect to Project 2025. Last year, Republicans across the country lied to the American people by claiming that they knew nothing about Project 2025 and have spent the first few weeks of this year implementing Project 2025. They were not truthful with the American people. And with respect to the high cost of living, the inverse has happened. Last year, Republicans spent an excessive amount of time promising to lower the high cost of living for everyday Americans, promising to lower housing costs, lower grocery costs, lower insurance costs, lower child care costs, and lower utility costs, but this year have done nothing about it. In fact, they're proposing the exact opposite. The House Republican contract against America will raise costs on everyday Americans. How dare they even contemplate eliminating the mortgage interest deduction? That's a missile aimed directly at the financial heart of working class Americans and middle class Americans.
Over the next 2 years, how will House Democrats fight back against those lies? You said that House Republicans lied to the American people about Project 2025. How will House Democrats make that case to the American people over the next 2 years?
We're going to make sure consistently and authentically that we hold Republicans accountable, particularly here in the House of Representatives, when they were running away from Project 2025 and acting like it didn't exist, and now they've fallen in line as it relates to full implementation of the extreme Project 2025 agenda.
Thanks, there's new reporting that Republicans, House and Senate, are now weighing a plan to attach California wildfire aid to a debt ceiling hike. Is that something the Democrats could support, that pairing?
It's a non-starter.
When it comes to California and the wildfires there, we've seen, the fire chief have a back and forth with the mayor about funding the fire department. We've seen accusations of forest mismanagement. Obviously, we're going to have a talk at some point about funding for California, but does there need to be a discussion about forest mismanagement, funding for firefighters? Do those things need to be talked about?
There will be a time and place to do an after-action analysis as it relates to state preparation for extreme weather events, including but not limited to wildfires, hurricanes in the southern part of the United States of America, floods all across the country, the rise of tornadoes that have appeared connected to hurricanes in places like Florida, and a real assessment that needs to be made as to whether those states are actually prepared for the climate crisis in a meaningful way. We should look into things like, why are insurance costs through the roof in the great state of Florida? Why hasn't anything been done about that. Why are so many working class and middle class Floridians who are homeowners struggling? Why has nothing been done in the state of Florida to deal with the insurance crisis that exists, notwithstanding that they are smack dab in the middle of the hurricane belt in the United States of America? These are all legitimate questions, and if the House Republicans want to have this discussion, we will make sure in the United States of America and in the Congress that it's a comprehensive one.
Leader Jeffries, are you concerned at all about the future of this administration when you're looking at the fact that during Inauguration Day, you had a long line of those tech billionaires who were present? Elon Musk is now reportedly has an office in the EEOB. Do you think that there's a possibility that Silicon Valley could have more of an influence on the president and the decisions he makes?
The bigger concern is what kind of America are we trying to create? House Democrats are focused on making life more affordable for everyday Americans because we recognize that housing costs are too high, grocery costs are too high, insurance costs are too high, childcare costs are too high, and utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. It is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world that there are far too many Americans struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. It's not an acceptable thing. And House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to work with this administration and our Republican colleagues to build an affordable economy. We are not going to work with our Republican colleagues to build a country of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. That is a path that we will not take.
Thanks, Leader Jeffries. Last night, Southern Lake and Riley Act, almost 4 dozen of your conference voted for it, 48 the first time around. Does that signal to you that the politics around immigration and border are shifting in some way? Obviously, this is not going to be the last bill related to these issues that y'all are going to have to vote on.
House Democrats are going to continue to make decisions based on what's right for the districts that we represent. And the politics will take care of themselves, as they did in the last election cycle. 27 of 31 battleground members in the toughest districts throughout the country won in the so-called Republican wave year. We won 4 out of 5 open seats that were in the congressional battleground in a so-called Republican wave year. House Democrats flipped 4 seats in New York and 3 seats in California and a total of 10 seats across the country. We're not concerned about the politics of any issue. We're concerned about doing the right thing by the districts that we are all privileged to represent. Our position on working to solve this problem is simple. We will work with anyone to secure our border. We will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a bipartisan and comprehensive way. We will work with anyone to defend dreamers, farm workers, and families.
Is Mayor Eric Adams taking a firm enough stance on issues like raids at public schools, like birthright citizenship, which he's kind of demurred on weighing in on? And are you comfortable with his warming relationship with Trump?
To the extent that Eric Adams decides to seek re-election, the voters in the Democratic primary in New York City will make a decision, perhaps decisively, as to whether he is the right person to lead the great city of New York moving forward.
Talk to a lot of your members. in the caucus and their staffers who say they are more concerned about their safety now because of these pardons. I see the poster next to you. What do you think the safety and security implications are for Democrats, people in your district, because of the pardons?
It's shameful that House Republicans have embraced the freeing of violent felons who brutally beat police officers on January 6th. These are violent individuals who beat police officers severely with fire extinguishers, sticks, flagpoles, and other types of weapons. Officers were tased. Officers were subjected to bear spray and other toxic weapons. And these violent criminals have been released, and those pardons have been embraced by House Republicans, including the top leadership. The release of violent felons who brutally beat police officers and women doesn't make America safer. It undermines public safety in community after community after community in the United States of America. Shame on my House Republican colleagues. What happened to backing the blue? Next question.
Thank you very much, Barry Haven from the New Statesman. You just said that DEI represents American values. I was wondering to what extent you've learned from the election in November, and I'm wondering to what extent your opinion on DEI has changed. It seems like many of your co-patriots don't agree with you.
It's not my understanding, based on anything that I've seen, that support for diversity, equity, and inclusion had anything to do with the results in November. The results in November had everything to do with the high cost of living in the United States of America. And that should be everyone's takeaway, along with the importance of working together to secure the border. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are American values. Perhaps I can explain. The motto of the United States of America is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. That's diversity. The 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, one of the most important amendments in our country, provides equal protection under the law. That's equity. In this country, we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, a flag that we just presented to the new president and vice president. And in that pledge, we promise one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. ALL. That's inclusion. Not complicated. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are American values. It's about economic opportunity. It's about merit for everyone, based on what you know, not who you know. Thank you, everyone.
I'll just keep this. Yeah.
guys, just a minute. Heads up.
Look at this. When I'm here alone, you're not here altogether. I got to bring Hakeem more often. Okay, good afternoon. First, I'd like to announce that all 47 Democrats will vote against Russell Vogt. We're united in our agreement that Russell Vogt is a dangerous and destructive choice to lead the Office of Management and Budget. And we saw a precursor to his leadership last week during the dangerous federal funding freeze that crippled, or nearly crippled, critical duties of the federal government and its operation. As the chief architect, chief cook, and bottle washer of Project 2025, it's Russell Vogt who is laser focused on undermining our government. He's proven it. Senate Democrats will unanimously oppose him and do everything we can to prevent him from leading OMB. And should Republicans not see the light and shoulder shrug this dangerous person into this seat, they'll have to answer to the American people. Russell Vogt wants to cast chaos across America. He's depending solely on Republicans to do it. And as I said, he's a danger to the budget. He's a danger to what people in America need. Now, on the reason we are here. So over the past few days, and Hakeem and I work together really closely and well, and I welcome him to the Senate as he welcomes me to the House, I think. Yeah, okay. Over the past few days, Democrats have warned the American people that DOGE is operating like a shadow government. Yesterday, I said that DOGE is not a real government agency. It has no authority to make spending decisions, to shut down programs, or ignore federal law. This is not debatable. This is an indisputable fact. No authority for spending decisions, to shut down programs, or ignore federal law. Yet Elon Musk took issue with that warning. He said, in answer to a tweet that I said that did this, he said, DOGE, quote, is the one shot the American people have to defeat bureaucracy and restore democracy. Now, give me a break. Nothing screams democracy like having a secret squad of company men pull off a hostile takeover of America's Social Security and tax information in the dead of night. That is not democracy, Mr. Musk. And yet it's precisely what DOGE is doing. It's letting a small group of unelected people, secret, run rampant through the executive branch, accessing the private data millions of Americans need, and God knows what they're going to do with it. God knows. So there are two dangers. One, people's privacy is at stake. Second, that there's a risk that this small group could cut program after program using one excuse or another. So today, Leader Jeffries and I are joining together to push legislation to prevent unlawful meddling in the Treasury Department's payment systems and protect Americans across the country. Our bill aims to do a few simple things. One, to deny access to special government employees that don't have to disclose their conflicts of interest or any other ethic agreements. Two, to deny access to anyone with conflicts of interest or lack of appropriate clearance. And three, include personal tax information into existing privacy protections. We call our legislation Stop the Steal. Whatever DOGE is doing, it's not democracy. We know what democracy's like. It's out in the open. It's not secret. You do two sides debate, and then the elected officials make decisions. Democracy doesn't work in the shadows. Democracy doesn't skirt the rule of law. And it doesn't give special privilege to the ideas and needs of a group of ultra-wealthy people at the expense of American families. Of course we should talk about reform. Reform's a worthy cause. Everyone agrees we should find ways to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of government. But you know what history shows? When it's done in the dark of night, it always leads to bad results. When these Doge people decide to cut a program, have they even talked to the people who run the program? Have they even done a little research? Have they heard the other side? Or are they just in such rush to cut anything they can so that they can keep tax breaks and give deeper tax breaks to the wealthiest of Americans? Undoubtedly not. They are not checking. They are not debating. They are not doing things in sunlight. So, we want reform. We'd like to cut waste, but do it in front of the American people. Hear the arguments. Have the back and forth that has been the hallmark of this republic for over 200 years. You don't have a small group of select people who have little experience across the breadth of government have access to these records and an ability to cut funding. The American people have a right to be part of the debate as to what programs should be cut. And just because a small group of people think they know better than the American people doesn't make it true. So, we are going to do everything we can to sound the alarm and fight with everything we've got to stop this horrible, horrible act by this Doge group with the, of course, the permission, acquiescence, encouragement of Donald Trump. Leader Jeffries.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. And before Leader Schumer was a man of the Senate, he was a man of the House. And so we always welcome you back over to the People's Chamber. Democrats.
You sound like Nancy.
Democrats are always ready, willing, and able to work with anyone to find the common ground necessary to solve problems on behalf of hardworking American taxpayers, particularly as it relates to driving down the high cost of living. We understand that America is too expensive. There are far too many hardworking American taxpayers struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. Democrats are committed to driving down the high cost of living for working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans all across the land. Our Republican colleagues are not serious about lowering the high cost of living. They've done nothing, introduced not a single bill, not put forth a single policy proposal. They've done nothing as it relates to lowering the high cost of living. At the same time, they are raiding the government, attempting to steal taxpayer money. That's what the situation at the Treasury Department is all about. We will introduce the Stop the Steal Act in short order to prevent unlawful access with respect to the Department of Treasury's payment system connected to people who are trying to steal personal, sensitive, and confidential information related to Social Security recipients, Medicare recipients, taxpayers, businesses, non-for-profits, veterans, and everyday Americans. It's unacceptable, unconscionable, and un-American. Stop the Steal Act will prevent this unlawful access from taking place. It's unfortunate that many of our Republican colleagues are determined to stand up a shadow government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. that will stick it to the American people. That's what's driving much of the behavior on the other side of the aisle. Because at the end of the day, my House Republican colleagues are determined to pass massive tax cuts for their billionaire donors and wealthy corporations and then stick working class Americans with the bill by doing things like ending Medicaid as we know it. We won't stand for it. We will push back against it. And because we're confident that the American people are on our side, we will stop it.
Questions on this subject? Yes.
Senator, Republicans have argued that this is not an effort to cut government quite yet, that this is just a review process, that they're looking at how the money is spent and that they're trying to come up with a plan to make sure that it's spent correctly. Is your issue with the process here, or is your issue that Elon Musk is the one that's in charge of it?
Our issue is, of course, with the whole process, secret, behind closed doors, and you say they don't want to cut. Look, when we saw what they tried to freeze payments to just about everything, what they want to do. So our belief is there's a real danger, a terrible, terrible danger, and a looming danger that they will not only have access to Americans' privacy information, but that they will use that to cut programs left and right.
But how specifically are you concerned about Musk himself? Is he...
We're concerned that Musk is in charge of Doge, but we're concerned about how the whole process works. And ultimately, the buck falls with Donald Trump, the president. But we are concerned that a small number of people are concerned with the whole process, including Musk and including the others who are in it. Go ahead.
As leadership indicated, the problem lies with some individuals who have been put in charge of this raid on the government, including Elon Musk. But it also relates to the so-called special government employees who aren't required to adhere to the ethical laws and the disclosure requirements that were put in place by Congress in a bipartisan way for a reason, to make sure that people have the best interests of the American people at heart. And that clearly is not the case as it relates to this unlawful access to the Treasury payment system.
When it's something so important as to who the government helps, it should be done in a way that adheres to our democratic principles: openness, debate, discussion, and reflecting a broad group of people who have inputs into it, not just a very limited few meeting in secret. Yes.
What other recourse do Democrats have? Obviously, you guys are in the minority on both sides of the Capitol. What can you guys be doing when this is money that you have appropriated to be spent, both in the federal freeze and in the international freeze?
We have 4 different ways of recourse. The first is just bringing this to light, making sure that the American people know what it is. We've had some success there already. When we brought the freeze of funds to the public, there was an outcry, and Trump had to back off. When we brought up the tariffs to the American people, there was an outcry, and Trump had to back off. I believe there will be even a greater outcry, or as much an outcry as this. The second thing we have is litigation. There are various groups that are already going to court to sue because they believe that this is against the law. And we are working with them in terms of giving them information, telling them what we know, helping make their court case as strong as possible. The third is oversight. In the Senate, we're going to have some shadow hearings which discuss what this is, and we're asking whistleblowers across Treasury and other places, we're talking to some of them already, to come forward. And the final is legislation. On the appointments, they don't need Democrats. But on legislation, particularly the funding resolution, they do need us. And we will insist that there be certain changes that undo these bad things. Go ahead, you take the next one.
What they're targeting now is things that conservatives and Republicans have long targeted, I guess with the exception of the FBI in a sense. Do you think Republicans will ever bring a line in the sand? And if so, what might it be?
That's an open question. And in the House, where the Republicans have the smallest majority of any party since the Great Depression, when they're at full strength. At this moment, they're not at full strength and will shortly be 217 Republicans to 215 Democrats. That'll be the smallest majority since the 1800s. But even when they're at full strength, all we need is three. Three principled Republicans in the House, and a lot of the madness and extremism that has been unleashed on the American people can be halted, particularly as it relates to the upcoming spending agreement that we need to resolve in a bipartisan way on March 14th. All we need is three Republicans willing to draw a line in the sand. Now, the extreme MAGA Republicans have made clear they want to end Social Security as we know it, end Medicare as we know it, and end Medicaid as we know it. Last week, with the unlawful Office of Management and Budget order, they made their first move on Medicaid. The public rose up in response, and they backed down in less than 40 hours. But we will never back down in pointing out the types of things that the MAGA extremists and the far right are trying to do to hurt everyday Americans, the people that they claimed they were working hard to help.
They've laid out a plan, $2.5 trillion in cuts. This is something that was in Project 2025, where Russell Vogt was one of the chief architects. It's something that Doge had talked about. And the cuts will be deep. They can't do $2.5 trillion without cutting so many of the things the vast majority of Americans, Democrat and Republican, really care about. Yes.
Something you think that they might...
Thank you, Senator Schumer. Have you reached out, or do you plan to reach out directly to the White House to request a meeting with the president and try to talk to him about your concerns about Elon Musk bypassing the Congress directly, and what your message to the president would be?
Well, our message to the president is it's exactly the opposite of what he's campaigned on. It's going to hurt voters across the board, people who voted for him, people who voted against him, people who didn't vote. And look, whenever he's ready to talk to us, we're ready to talk to him.
When it comes to procedurally all of this, one, I wonder, I mean, the speed with which Elon Musk seems to be moving through the bureaucratic infrastructure, introducing a bill, the various other avenues you're pursuing, are they fast enough to keep up with what he's seemingly trying to do? And when it comes to this language that you're introducing, is this going to be part of the negotiations when it comes to avoiding a government shutdown, that you're going to try to force Republicans to include this, or what's the avenue there?
Congress has the power of the purse, and when Congress allocates funding in the best interest of the American people, the Constitution requires that that funding be spent by the President and the administration. The Constitution requires the President has a responsibility to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. Spending agreements passed through the appropriations process are law. And when those laws are violated, the Constitution is being violated, which is why there has been a flurry of righteous litigation that has been unleashed, and that will continue. It's an all-hands-on-deck effort. Right. Leader Schumer made that clear. All-hands-on-deck effort. There's a legislative component to it. We saw that in the House in late December, when the incoming president demanded that we hand his administration a $4 or $5 trillion blank check by suspending the debt ceiling for 4 years. Really? That was rejected legislatively out of hand. The next day, the bill was defeated. There's a legislative component to it. There is a court component to it. The administration, through the president, issues an executive order to try to wipe out the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. A few days later, in response to litigation that was immediately brought, a federal district court judge appointed by Ronald Reagan declared it unconstitutional. There's a judicial component to it. And there's also a component to it that relates to bringing along the public as it relates to pushing back. And we saw that last week with respect to the illegal funding freeze that was reversed in less than 40 hours, and we saw it as it relates to the wide-ranging, out-of-control tariff scheme applied to our North American allies that would have driven up costs for everyday Americans. And so we are working on this and pushing back on all fronts.
And just finally, the roots of democracy are still deep. And when the public is really outraged by things, there is a response, as Hakeem mentioned, I mentioned before as well, on tariffs, on funding freeze. We believe the public is so energized by what they have seen on this Treasury action that there will be a similar strong pushback, and the President will feel that pushback and hopefully respond to it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Billionaires. The Trump administration is moving this country very aggressively into an authoritarian society where the rule of law and our Constitution are being ignored and undermined in order to give more power to the White House and the billionaires who now control our government. The Trump administration is moving this country very rapidly toward a kleptocracy, where the function of government is not to serve the needs of ordinary people, but to enrich those who are in power. Mr. President, I think that today is a very good day to recall what one of our great presidents said at Gettysburg in November of 1863. Looking out at a battlefield where thousands of Union soldiers had just sacrificed their lives in the defense of freedom and the ending of slavery, Abraham Lincoln famously stated, and I quote, "The world will no longer remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did, the soldiers did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain." And this is how he concluded, "that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." Government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Mr. President, I fear very much that under President Trump, we are not seeing a government of the people, by the people, for the people, but rather a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. And what is really interesting is that none of this is happening behind closed doors. It's not being done in secret. It's right out there for everybody to see. Several weeks ago, Donald Trump was inaugurated for a second term as president. Standing right behind him were the three richest men in America, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. Combined, these three men are worth $920 billion. These three men own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, 170 million people. Three guys, 170 million people. And I should point out, and this should tell you exactly where we are going as a nation, these three men, wealthiest three in America, have become some $232 billion richer since Trump was elected a few weeks ago. Three guys, $232 billion richer since Trump was elected. Mr. President, this is how an oligarchic system works. Elon Musk, the wealthiest person in the world and now a key part of the Trump administration, spent over $277 million to get Trump elected. In other words, within a corrupt campaign finance system, which allows billionaires to spend as much as they want, he helped buy the election for Mr. Trump. Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the second and third wealthiest people in our country, both kicked $1 million each into Trump's inauguration fund. And let us remember that Mr. Bezos, who among other things owns the Washington Post, rescinded the endorsement of that paper for Kamala Harris just before the election. Mr. Bezos was showing early on that he was willing to bend the knee for Donald Trump. Mark Zuckerberg, the founder and CEO of Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, agreed to settle a lawsuit with Trump for $25 million. These three multi-billionaires are working with Trump for one very simple reason. They understand that Trump's policies are designed to make the very wealthiest people in this country even richer. Since Trump's election, Mr. Musk has become $154 billion richer. Not bad in a couple of weeks' time. He earned a great investment. He only spent a couple of $100 million on the election, and now he's $154 billion richer. Mr. Bezos has become $35 billion richer, and Mr. Zuckerberg has become $43 billion richer. Mr. President, I am concerned not only about the growing movement toward oligarchy in this country, but I am deeply worried that under the leadership of President Trump, we are moving rapidly towards authoritarianism. And all over this country, people are alarmed and shocked by what they have seen in the last several weeks. Just a few examples, just a few. Last week, President Trump attempted to suspend all federal grants and loans in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution and federal law. As every third grader in America knows, or I hope knows, the power of the purse in the United States belongs to Congress, not the president. Yes, the president can recommend legislation to Congress. The president can veto legislation that Congress has passed. But he does not have the power to unilaterally terminate funding and legislation that has been passed by the U.S. Congress. That is a dangerous and blatantly unconstitutional act. And I should add that Trump's blocking of federal funding would have had a horrific impact on millions of Americans who utilize programs like Medicaid, Head Start, community health centers, Meals on Wheels, homeless veterans programs, and many, many other initiatives. Tens of millions of Americans, including some of the most vulnerable in our country, were impacted by that decision. But that's not all. A few days ago, Trump fired 17 inspectors general, independent government watchdogs that were created by Congress in the wake of the Watergate scandal to prevent the abuse of power by the executive branch. Last week, President Trump fired a member of the National Labor Relations Board, and in so doing, effectively neutered the only federal agency in America with the authority to hold corporations accountable for illegal union busting and to protect the constitutional right of millions of workers who want to join unions in order to earn better wages, working conditions, and benefits. Not only is that move blatantly illegal, it is exactly what Elon Musk, the owner of Tesla, and Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, have been fighting for months. They don't like unions, and what Mr. Trump has given them is the opportunity to make it much, much harder for workers to organize in their companies. President Trump also illegally fired members of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the only independent commission in our country that protects workers against discrimination in the workforce. Further, and what should upset every American, no matter whether you're conservative, moderate, progressive, is that in direct violation of the Constitution and federal law, Trump is intimidating the media with lawsuits against ABC, CBS, Meta, and the Des Moines Register. His FCC is now threatening to investigate PBS and NPR. What Trump is essentially saying to every media outlet in America, if you say or do anything that is critical of me, that displeases me, you may be subject to a lawsuit or a federal investigation. If that is not a direct attack on the First Amendment, on the U.S. Constitution and free speech in our country, I don't know what is. But that is not all. Elon Musk and his unelected minions at Doge have forced out officials at the Treasury Department and illegally shut down USAID, a program which, among other things, helps feed and provide medical help to starving and desperate children all over the world. Presidents, much less unelected billionaires, do not have the unilateral right to shut down federal agencies established by Congress. And when we talk about the very dangerous movement towards authoritarianism that we are seeing in this country now, let us not forget Trump's pardoning of the January 6th insurrectionists who injured 174 police officers right here, right outside this floor. Even worse, not only did he pardon those people, but Trump is undermining the FBI by actually investigating the agents there who helped bring these violent criminals to justice. Imagine that. Pardoning the people who broke the law and investigating the people who upheld the law. That is not what America is supposed to be about. And Mr. President, under Trump, we are rapidly moving toward a kleptocracy as well. Just before the president was inaugurated, he and his wife launched their own cryptocurrency coins, giving them the potential to earn many billions of dollars. If Wall Street CEOs tried to bribe the president with a bag full of money, that would be illegal. That's against the law. But now they don't have to do that. Today, if a multi-billionaire, the head of a foreign country, wants to curry favor with the president, all they have to do is buy his cryptocurrency coins, and when they do that, they are directly enriching Mr. Trump. So, Mr. President, the question that millions of Americans are asking is, given the move toward oligarchy, given the move toward authoritarianism, given the movement toward kleptocracy, where do we go from here? What should we as Americans be doing? And let me tell you what I think and what most Americans think. And that is, instead of moving toward an economy which is designed to benefit the very richest people in our country, we have got to create an economy and a government that works for all of us, not just for Mr. Musk or Mr. Bezos or Mr. Zuckerberg. Mr. President, at a time of massive wealth and income inequality, we have never had more income and wealth inequality than we have had right now. It is beyond stupidity to provide more tax breaks to the very richest people in our country and then to pay for those tax breaks by cutting back on Medicaid and other programs desperately needed by working families all across this country. That is what we should not be doing. But let me take a moment to tell you what we should be doing. At a time when 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured in our broken healthcare system, we have got to do what every other major country on earth does, and that is guarantee healthcare to all people as a human right, not a privilege. That's what we've got to do. At a time when 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford the outrageously high prices that the pharmaceutical industry charges, we have got to end the absurdity of the American people paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We have got to cut the cost of medicine in this country in half, making it comparable with what the rest of the world is paying. Mr. President, the federal minimum wage today is $7.25 an hour. That is a starvation wage. Well, 60% of our people, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. We must raise that minimum wage to a living wage, at least $17 an hour. If you work 40 hours a week in the richest country on earth, you should not be living in poverty. Mr. Musk and Mr. Bezos want to make it harder for workers to join unions. Well, we have got to do exactly the opposite, make it easier for workers to join unions by passing the PRO Act. At a time when we need the best educated workforce in the world, we need to have the best public schools in the world. And among other things, that means we need to substantially raise teachers' salary. We need to attract the best and the brightest young people into education, and we do that, among other things, by making sure that no teacher in America earns less than $60,000 a year. We also radically reform our broken child care system so the little kids in this country get the quality care they need and the workers there are adequately compensated. Mr. President, all over this country, from Vermont to LA, we have a major housing crisis. And it's not just the 800,000 Americans who are homeless. It's millions of working families who are spending 40, 50, or 60% of their limited incomes on housing. Instead of spending almost $1 trillion a year on a wasteful and bloated Pentagon budget, we have got to build millions of units of low-income and affordable housing. And when we do that, we put large numbers of American workers to work at good-paying union jobs. Mr. President, I have heard time and again from Mr. Trump's supporters that the president won the election and he has been given this huge mandate, just an overwhelming mandate to do whatever he wants. Well, no president has the right to move us to oligarchy, authoritarianism, or kleptocracy. But more important, let us not forget that while Trump did win this election, he actually received 4 million votes fewer votes than Biden did in 2020 when Biden won the election. So here we are. Where do we go? What do we do? I think for the American people to come together, to not allow those who want to divide us up by the color of our skin or our sexual orientation or where we were born. That's what they want to do. They want to divide us up. Now is the time for us to come together like never before and make certain we do not move toward oligarchy, make certain we do not move toward authoritarianism or a kleptocracy. And most importantly, in the richest country in the history of the world, we must understand that we have the capability of providing a decent life for all of our people. We can do that when we stand together and we don't let folks divide us up. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.